What's up, people? What's up, Dushan? What you up to, man? I forgot Fussbot, dude. How'd I forget Fussbot? How silly of me. Nope. You should be good, man. Should be able to start earning them bucks. Should be a little bit of an improvement on quality, guys. I'm actually streaming in true 1080p instead of 720p scaled out because the monitor I was using was crap. What's up? I wanted to try something, man. I'm trying to figure out why skip song isn't working. Ooh. Already looking like some bad luck. Dude, I don't know why that command's not working. I don't know, full screen, man. Yeah. Dude. There we go. That's what's up. Alright, I've made a new world here for my guy, Little Crimson World. Well, that was fast. This is not going to be my main home world, but this is where I'm going to be exploring a little bit. It's also a small world. A very deep, empty cavern. Bruh. Hey, what's up, dude? What you up to? Yeah. Need to kill skeletons. I'm still wanting a hook shot pretty bad. Hey. Hey. I do play GTA 5. Not really on stream though, it doesn't seem to be super popular whenever I stream it. Ah. Nice. Right. Played too many games, dude. I don't remember how to get the stuff. Yoink. That's a cool statue. Dude, getting lucky. What's up, Ian? Oh, I forgot to... Crap. This isn't paused, is it? Didn't even set up my shop for today, y'all. Were you specifically wanting to buy something, Ian? Or what? Not really sure what kind of silly Terraria specific thing I could do with the shop. Oh, sunglasses? Yeah. Oh no. Man, I should have set this up before stream. I can't believe I forgot. You guys got any suggestions for some Terraria specific thing I could add to the shop? Man, these claws are nice. Every time I play this after I play Subnautica, I try to push tab to open the inventory. You get some blocks. I want to get all the sky islands on this. It's a lot easier when it's a small world to get the sky places. Even better when I get wings and cool stuff like that. Sorry about that. How about that? Hopefully those guys that suggested me play this yesterday come back by. Some of the newcomers. Also, there were several songs in the stream yesterday that got flagged for copyright, so I had to redo my playlist completely. I thought I heard some songs that, you know, weren't safe to play. I mentioned it a couple times. I got flagged for like 16 copyright warnings, man. So, hopefully it doesn't count against me. As long as I don't try to monetize the video, which I can't monetize anything anyway yet, then we should be good. Okay. Oh wow, you got 150? I didn't know he was up that high. Getting into outer space. Ooh yeah. Into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it. Uh-oh, harpies. Could be an island up there. Baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for That was the top of the world over there. You can tell by how it gets flat at the top. I think there might be an island up here though, so I'm gonna try. It's probably a bad place, man. Middle of a sandstorm. Dude, I can't wait till I get wings, man. Oh no, I can't get on it from this side. And it's sand. I'm an idiot. I'm so bad at video games. Why do you guys even come here? Why's the sandstorm over here, man? There we go. That's how you gather dirt like a pro. I'm so unprepared for this stream. I don't have anything to drink. Forgot to set up Fuzzbot. Forget how to use items. Oh, you got a heart. I cannot for zombies. Uh-oh. Hey, what's up, Giwoon Leon? Welcome to the stream. Glad you could stop in. Right now, I am attempting to find the Sky Islands on this level. I made a new small Crimson level. Get some gear. It's a fairly new character. Don't have a whole lot yet. Got my cool claws, I got a balloon, some boots. Yep. Gotta love harpies, man. Oh god. I wonder if there's one right there. Give me your feather. I think I need those to make my first set of wings. Pretty sure feathers. Awesome. Yeah. This is weird, creepy guys. Ah. Herm. Nice. Of course I remember you, dude. Remember my newcomers. Skip song's not working, man. I don't know why. Hold on a second, I'll skip it. Is there a way to pause in single player mode, man? That'd be useful. Sweet. Did you give me a sub, dude? I'm pushing for 100 this week, man. I really appreciate it. I'll add you on Steam here in a minute. Nice. Alright, dude, welcome to the sub club. Appreciate it very much. Hope you come back, dude. Nah, I'm PC Master Race, man. I said that yesterday. Oh, you can't hear my keyboard in the background? Sweet, man. 5 away. 5 away. Super excited. Slowly building a little base, guys. A little fan base. It's making me happy. Well, we got an issue, guy. See, I'm over here and you're over there. Alright. There's gotta be more than 3 people at the moment. So I know like 4 people are chatting. Plus I got a window up so I can see chat. Maybe it was not refreshed. Hey, good job, man. Hey, you can only do flip coin every 3 minutes. And max bet's 50. Oh, dude, nice. It's right there. No, I don't have a hook shot yet. I wonder why it's registering itself as saying current song. That's strange. Oh no. I has in the blocks, but sand. Geronimo! Ah, it's not gonna make it. Come on, dude. Not this again. If you're active in chat for an hour, you'll get your 50, dude. Oh, I forgot my umbrella. Her blurger bar. Nice. Come on. Alright, full show. This time. Yeah. Watch me just get another balloon, dude. Ooh, dude, nice. I love this sword. Take that, dude. Yeah. Now what are you gonna do? Now what are you gonna do? Dude, this is an awesome sword. What? What's up? What, you can't get in here? Oh man, that sucks. This is a fairly new character. I had to reinstall the game. I didn't have it on this computer yet. Oh, dude. Alright, man. Ian, dude. This is always so awkward. Ian, man. You draw me fan art all the time. You come to my streams on the regular. You've been coming here since like week 1 or week 2. And you're literally one of my most active fans, and from the bottom of my heart, I love you. I love you. I promise you that. I will always love you. I will always be here for you. I love you. I love you so much it hurts. Yeah, it's easy to get a trainer and just get all the items, dude, but doing this the legit way. Yeah, you can have like the dev armor and like their crazy wings and all that stuff. Super easy to do. But it's just not fun, dude. I mean, it might be fun to actually hack, but just giving yourself a bunch of items in a game just ain't that fun. It makes the game less fun. Makes it less fun to watch. Just run around killing bosses in one shot, man. It's just not an entertaining thing. Ooh, I'm gonna go too far. There could be one over here. That's cool, dude. I've been playing this game about 3 years, so of course I haven't played it in like a year. No. You're supposed to stop after I gave you the 15 the other day. TBH. I don't know. Bunch of garbage. Eat my sword. Does it use magic? No, I don't. Only way you're getting 200s if you do it legit, man. You better start flipping coins or something. Just hang around for raffles. Dude, I love this sword, man. I'm so happy I got it. Just this sword made it a whole level worth it. It's really good in the beginning of the game. Probably be using this sword for a while. Nice, dude. You got that beginner's luck. Good job. Oh. Dude. Dunce toaches. Oh, yeah. It's from Factoria. I forgot to set up Fuzzbot before I started the stream today. Yeah, the dolphin gun's cool as heck, dude. I've had that before. Yeah, the wall of flesh is insane in hard mode. Wait. Just die. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna give you any. Even the new guy knows, man. Even the new guy knows. Like, that'd be extremely unfair if I just started giving you money, man. You best start doing flip coin 10 or something. That's all I can really tell you. Holy crap, dude. That is fast. You've got like crazy beginner's luck. See, Lorenzo, that's what you get, man. You get bad luck. Dude, just die. I wish you knew what angle the star was coming from. going. Does anybody know the recipe to get like your first set of wings out of harpy feathers? Like, what all do I need for that? Dude, it's 50-50 chance. I'm just saying. You don't want to take a chance, and you can just watch the stream all day, man. I don't have any other methods. You gotta wait for raffles. Do arenas sometimes. I'll reward people for that. I'm gonna freaking die. Just need to build a big walkway. Savage. Need to be in hard mode for what? The wings? I'm not saying, dude. Haha. Gonna do what, YOLO? What you trying to YOLO? Oh, nice, dude. Heck yeah. You're the first person that's bought that. I'm glad it actually works. Alright guys, winner of the arena gets 50 bucks. I'll do 75 since a user purchased it. Winner gets 75. Nice. Dude, you're OP at this game. Hey, Yedinara. I don't know how to say your name, but welcome to the sub club, man. Hope you have a good time. I really appreciate it. I'm pushing for 100 subs this week. Maybe today. Might get it today. It's looking good. Yeah, we got some silly stuff going on in chat. Feel free to join in. Just type the help command, see what all you can do. Lorenzo, dude, you get 75. I shall give you 75 in one moment. How do you pause this game on single player, guys? Like, that's no joke. Like, is there a button I can pause with? Purge. Purge. Figure out how to pause. I will give you. Oh yeah, I'll just do this. Alright. It's dark. It's very dark. There you go, man. Congrats on the win. Maybe you'll be happy for a little bit. I doubt it, but you know. Hey, it's not cool, dude. That'd be your warning. Get one warning. Don't say shit like that, man. That's not cool, dude. Is there really no house here? Is there nothing up here? Dude, that's a ripoff. Maybe I will need a mod soon. Maybe you guys are right. People like that are eventually going to start coming the bigger I get. Oh, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. I do all kinds of stuff. I play lots of cool games. I can build with clouds, right? Aye. Why is there no house here, man? I've never seen one that doesn't have a house. That sucks. Hey, what's up, Imhek Medina? Ah! Dude, what the heck? Worst luck. Uh-oh. I'm out of blocks. Oh, you ruined it. Really? Just die. Welcome to the sub club, man. I appreciate it. Mucho apreciado. Pushing for 100 subs. Might get it today. It's looking good. Looking good indeed. Oh! That was the stupidest death that I've died on this game so far. Holy crap. Dude, that's awesome. I already got 4 today, man. I started streaming 50 minutes ago. That's nice. I have to play this more often, guys. Can't believe I went so long in between without playing it. Still can't believe there's nothing up here. Let's see. There's probably 2 more of them. Just unlucky, man. Very unlucky. Anonymous, join the sub club. Is that the same one that was already in? Did you unsubscribe? Maybe it's a different Anonymous. It's a popular name, Anonymous. Let's say I know I got some wood. Dang. Hey, Bolin. Welcome to the sub. Is that delayed? Did you already? Welcome to the sub club, though, man. I appreciate it very much. Hope you have fun. Got lots of cool games in the chat. Earn bucks. Go to the shop. Buy silly stuff. Did I hit 100? Oh, did I hit 100? This totally isn't pausing. I gotta see this. I gotta see this. $101. 101. Oh my god. I love you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. Sorry. I'm gonna have to make it play a cool little thing, dude. Dude, that is awesome. Dude, this is great. What is today? It's Thursday. That's so cool. Alright, guys. That's great. You have no idea how happy that makes me. You have no clue. That is so awesome. Took about a month. A little bit over a month. Get 100 subscribers, guys. What's up, the Flaming Chicken? Dude. You guys are cool. You guys are great. I love you all. Alright. Dude, that's cool. That's super cool. I'm gonna have to like make a little 100 subscriber video or something. They just keep coming. The Flaming Chicken, welcome to the sub club. Hope you have a good time. It's a good day. It's a very good day. Feel free to type the help command in chat. See what all cool stuff you can do. Right now I'm trying to find the Sky Islands on this level. Already got a cool sword. I want that no damage when you fall thing. That would be super nice. Hypnic is life. You guys are awesome, dude. You guys are great. You guys are the best. Road to 200, man. Road to 1,000, guys. We can do it. 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, man. It seems possible now all of a sudden. Now that I've got 100, it seems like it's possible to get 1,000. That's super great. That's super awesome. Come on, dude, let's show PewDiePie what we're made of. We can do this. Rank, if you have a custom rank and you just do the rank command, then it'll show you custom rank. If you do real rank, then it'll show your rank that you've earned through hours and such. They have room for it. It's still cool though. I have a donation. You can't do the official YouTube one. I live in the US. You can't do the official YouTube like super chat until I get 1,000 subscribers. But I do have a donation. It will show a message on the screen if you donate to me. There's a command in chat to get that URL. I don't really advertise it though because I don't want to feel like I'm like begging or something. I just want to work on getting a good community together. Like that's my main goal right now. Just gotta keep it up, man. How long do you guys think to get 1,000? Another 4 months, 2 years. Maybe it'll grow like exponentially. Maybe now that I've got 100, I'll get like 200 in like 2 weeks. That'd be crazy. That'd be insane. I don't expect that to happen though. So I try to stream like 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, around the same time. Sure, dude. Anything you want to do, man, would be greatly appreciated. If you want to do like a custom channel icon that's like good quality, dude, I will do that. 400 in 2 weeks, that would blow my mind. I'll check in a little bit, man. Hey, also, if you donate, I'll give you 100 club bucks, dude. I'll do that. Nobody's ever donated before, so I haven't really thought about it, so. But any donation, man, 100 club bucks. Yeah. In my dreams, man. I really try to take this channel seriously though. I try to make it better every single day. I really work kind of hard on it. I don't know, man. It's extremely rewarding. I'll just put it that way. It's really nice. YouTube gaming isn't super big yet, but I feel like it will be. And I'm an idiot. And I'm a double idiot. Yeah. Oops. Ian made this and sent it to me. Thank you, Ian, for all the random little pictures you make. Dude, I try. My video game skills are questionable, but my channel's okay. Hey, what's up, Fun Strips? I like your name. It's nice and happy. What are you up to? The broken base. I can't believe I've already got 10 subs today in an hour. In 1 hour, I've got 10 subs. Nah, man. Not long. I probably got like 5 hours on it, 4. I just made a second little Crimson World to get some loot, man. Doing it 100% legit. Maybe after I start to get some good stuff, I'll open up multiplayer. Maybe after I beat a couple world bosses. I don't want to do it early though, because kind of takes the fun away. And like somebody comes in with all their super OP weapons. Half the time they're hacked accounts that just have like all the best stuff. Jonathan Brunette, welcome to the sub club, dude. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate the support. PogChamp. Yeah, I'll add you on Steam. Just give me a minute, I forgot. Yeah, I keep it on offline mode. I don't know why, I just do. Boop-a-doop. There you go, man. Gwoon Leon. Probably not saying that right. I always butcher foreign names. I try to. Dude, that's crazy. That's insane, man. Wait, 720. Is 1080p working for you guys? It's saying 720 on YouTube. I can view it in 1080p. It's weird. Alright. As long as it's working, doesn't matter. It says 720 on the control panel, I don't know why. Dude, I'm blown away right now. 104 subscribers. 104 subscribers, guys. Every new one I get, man, it's blowing me away right now. I can't believe I've got this many subscribers in like a month. A month of like actually trying, doing it regular. I streamed like a week before I started like actually taking it serious. And got like nothing, nobody came. Holy crap. Asterius Hairbelt? Asterius Hairbelt? Welcome to the sub club. Sorry about the pronunciation, that can't possibly be right. Dude. I'm going nuts, man. Well, there's gotta be one more over here, jeez. Can't do that. Just gonna jump for it, man. Yeah, welcome to the chat, welcome to the sub club. Feel free to type the help command. See what all kinds of cool stuff you can do. You can get coins for being active in chat. You can go to the shop, buy silly stuff. Start an arena battle. Make me play with my keyboard upside down, just random stuff. Make me spin a fidget spinner. Kai Godfrey. I will say your name. I don't know, but you gotta spend them club bucks to get a channel sub shout out, man. Kai Godfrey. Alright, man. Ah! Did your name not pop up when you sub? If your subscriptions are set to private, then it won't show up on the screen whenever you sub. All you gotta do is tell me, man. I'll still give you a little shout out. Alright, I'm out of here. I don't like this. That's not where I want to go. Oh! Dude, I died here earlier. I'm going down. Got him. Take him. Yeah, I need to do lots of stuff. Has this always worked underground? I didn't think it used to work underground. I don't have any more bombs. What's the first boss? It's the eyes, right? I might do that today. Ah! What all do I need for the eyes? I know I need lenses and something else. I think I gotta build something. The ones in help are just custom commands. The ones that I've made. The ones you see on the shop page are the built-in ones as well. 6 lenses, that's all I need. Basically I need to hang out on the surface at night. Is that what's up with that? Kill a bunch of eyeballs. Oh wait, what's going on? This isn't a blood moon, is it? Don't it have to be a full moon to be a blood moon? Come here, eyeballs. Oh. Is this a blood moon? Something cool gonna happen. Am I gonna get something cool? Oh, it's the bride. Oh, I can wear a wedding dress. Awesome. That's what I wanted. Was a wedding dress. It's a good night to get lenses, man. I'm glad I returned. I would have missed this if I would have stayed underground. Oh, I'm not a bad guy. Get over here! Where's the groom at? Doesn't he also come when the bride comes, or is it random? Might be RNG. I think that's all of them, right? Oh, one more. Yeah, definitely Bloodborne. Giovanni, I'm not putting on makeup. I do have Minecraft. I don't stream it though. Thought about it. I even made myself a cool skin, like my headphones and stuff. There we go. It's relentless. Oh man. So happy I got this sword. I love this thing. Need some gear though, man. Need better armor. Yeah, it's another bride. Dude, these chicks love me, man. These girls go crazy over me. We wanna marry you. You have 100 subscribers. Crap. Twizzly, welcome to the sub club. Yeah, you can try to do the bank heist. It's very hard to pull it off. Like the randomness is crazy with it. I don't think it's worth personally, but you feel free to do it. Yeah, Twizzly, welcome to the sub club. Very much appreciate it. I think I got just like iron gear or something like that. Silver and lead. I don't have a whole set of nothing. Need to get me like a set. Alright, Blood Moon over. Yes. Yes. This is what I wanted. This is perfect. Yes, I look amazing. Oh, I got a top hat. Perfect. Makes sense, right? Definitely got the lenses. Oh man. Love to get a full set of shadow. I randomly found that as a drop. Did not expect it. Or even the Crimson Armor, since I'm on a Crimson World. No, I haven't set up the dedicated server for it yet. I didn't see the groom. I got his hat though. I need to mix in that with the bottle thing. That'd be great. Oh, the shiny. Eee. Eee, I didn't do nothing. Nice. Nice, I'm sexy now. Hey, what's up, Red Zebro? Red Zebro Empire. Welcome to chat. Ian's turned into a bot on welcoming new people. Did you already start it? Did he give you a message that people were getting ready for it? You have to do like bank heist and then space and then however much money you're willing to put into it. And then people can join it with the same thing. I know about the dyes. That's been there forever. I just got some cool weird dyes. It's the first time I'd seen these. I'm proud of you, Ian. You keep telling people to subscribe. No, Fussbot cannot do a welcome message, as far as I know. Thanks, dude. Got my no copyright playlist going on in the background. Do current song. Subscribe or die. I like that. It's a good way to get the message out. Alright guys, should I continue my cloud search or should I just go find a dungeon somewhere? Or should I just go ahead and do the eye? You think I'm ready for it? I can just can I just wall myself up from the eye? No, I can't do that. He goes through walls, don't he? Or does he? Can I just wall myself up and use my star sword on the eye? Oh, nice. Good job. I can't believe you made it. Julian, were you in on that? Did you not make it through the heist? So I can do that? Totally gonna do that. So I need to go to an altar over here? I don't think I can fight the dungeon guardian yet. I haven't even done the Eye Cthulhu yet. Wait, what? Nice. Zombie bonus. Need wall. Where'd you go? Whatever, dude. Ah. There we go. Now skip song's still not working, man. Yeah, I need to do it. I need to do the eye. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm totally just wall myself up from it. I'm gonna cheese it with my star sword. I got a lot of work to do with this character. It's kind of a new character. I don't got a lot yet. You go to an altar, don't I? Don't do that. Don't wall myself up from it. Oh, I didn't think so. Why is slime falling from the sky? What are these weird events that are happening? Oh, is there a king slime? Is a king slime nearby somewhere? I wonder. Don't I get like something cool? Like a bouncy thing? Like a bouncy mount thing? Wouldn't that be nice? King slime, where's the king slime at? Is it in a specific place? Or is it just gonna show up? Nice, dude. I want that mount. I want that sick bouncy mount that he gives. Alright, Ian. I will give you a custom rank, dude. This is a welcome bot. Since you've been here forever. And you're currently acting as a welcome bot of sorts. Cancel. There you go, dude. Enjoy. There's like a 1 minute cooldown on doing rank. I don't know why he like registers himself when he says current song. It's the only command that he does that on. Uh oh, it's getting close to the end, guys. It's raining crazy slimes. So much slime. So much copper. I don't add something. Torch. Come on, dude, where you at, man? Where you at, dude? Ow. Sanic. Nice. You're cool, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought about that. So that's what I call it on the shop thing. Yeah. We do monies. I'll make it so you can do monies, coins, or bucks. So I've seen a lot of people just try to do coins and they're just like, WTF, mate? You what, mate? Ah. just racking it up. Cookies are just for show. It's just for fun. It's Julian earned the rank Cookie Monster, because that's literally all he buys. Spends all his money on cookies. How long does this last? It's gonna be dark. Just wanted to do the eye. Got sidetracked by the Slime King. Oh. Well, I mean, that's what your title says. Could be true. What if you are a bot? There's a raffle. Hold like a raffle for like $50 or 75 or something. Everybody enters and it'll pick somebody at random. Buddy, where you going, man? Don't leave. You just got here. Probably didn't even subscribe, did you? Wanna be my favorite bot? I don't know, Fuzzbot's pretty cool, dude. Some big shoes to fill. Iced Halo. What up, man? Welcome to the chat. Waiting on the Slime King. Hopefully I get a cool bouncy horse mount thing. Dude, your title says you're a bot. I'm sorry, I got confused. Well, I know you're subscribed, Julian. I hope you're subscribed. Come here an awful lot for somebody that's not subscribed. Able to join what? Oh, the server? No. I'm on single player right now. Because it's kind of a new character, and it kind of ruins it when people come in with like all the super OP items and stuff. And they just blast through everything and you get a bunch of stuff like without even trying really. Kind of makes it a lot less fun. Oh, spin it, spin it, spin it. Boom. Without pausing. Uh-oh. This could get complicated. No. Don't kill me. Got another one somewhere around here. Where my other black one went? That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, sorry, I had to pause to look for my thing. Oh, there we go. double. This is my starflower. Yeah, it does. It really does. It's constant. Alright, you guys want to see a cool fidget trick? I've been working on this. Ow. Hold on. I can do this. I am the fidget master. Alright. What do you mean do the pong? Boop. Boop. Burp. 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 Boop. Boop. Blah, 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 blah. There you go, man. I hope you like that. Fix all my stuff. Alright, we good. We good to go. I just want the Slime King, man. That's all. Ah! Haha. Dude, I mean, it's still raining slimes. Is he supposed to spawn like on top of you? Bonnie Gaming, welcome to the chat. If you subscribe, your name probably show up on screen. Oh, he didn't spawn, no. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Just do the shop command and you'll see what it's all about. There's a bunch of stuff you can buy in there. If your subscriptions are public, then whenever you subscribe, it'll pop up on screen. Cool little sound and animation. Just hit 100 subs today, man. It's kind of blowing me away. Welcome to the sub club, Bonnie. Bonnie Gaming. You're awesome. Mini Minecraft Gaming. Welcome to the sub club, dude. You're cool. Much appreciated. Mini Minecraft Gaming. Yeah, you better watch out, dude. Fuzzbot does get violent against other bots. You seen what happened to Nightbot? Alright, man, I gotta go to an altar. Alright guys, here we go. Oh, I need better potions. Well, let's see what happens. I'm ready. I'm ready. Get a fork. What, is that like a weapon? Oh, where you at, man? Oh, there it is. Here it comes. Dude, he's getting you. He's working on it. Oh, maybe I should have got up on my... No, the Banshees would have been there. That would have been bad. Come on, man. What you got? What you got? Easy. I got this. It's just the first one. No, I'm not in expert mode, dude. Heck no. This pansy character ain't no way. Just now got this sword. Done. It's one done. Oh, I got a bunch of that ore too. Need to build a forge. What are you talking about, Bonnie? I'm confused. Go to word psychology, the dungeon that should work. Are you saying I should go to the dungeon now? I probably could go to the dungeon. Yeah, I need to build a forge, dude. I'm gonna build some basic stuff, man. Wait, is that a crafting table? Yeah. We'll set up a little base here in this world. Maybe. How many blocks? What the heck? Yeah. You think I could do the skeleton? Think I'm ready for that? Lame. I will build a wall. I will build a great wall. It will keep out all the bad things. Yeah, I might be able to do it. That was pretty easy. Especially on normal mode, man. I was actually worried about that. I haven't played this game in so long, dude. It's a little makeshift base, nothing special. Somewhere to keep my jack. How? Max is 50. He did flip coin 30. He won an extra 30, so he got 60 total after he put 30 in. Need more stone, don't I? What do you need for the forge thing? Or the anvil or whatever it is? I don't remember. Jack Evans. Oh yeah, dude, happy birthday. Heck yeah. Yeah, he's already subbed. He subbed yesterday. Happy birthday, Jack Evans. Hope you have a good day today. It's cool you stopped by the stream on your birthday. Do I need a Hellforge to do that? I thought I could just use a regular forge. You had a good day so far, man? What do I need? I thought I just needed stone for the forge. What else do I need? What am I missing? I forgot. As a forget. Oh, dude, I just need a forge. I don't remember the recipe. I can Google it. I figured one of you guys would know off the top of your head. Terraria is fun. Recipes. Heck yeah, I did, man. Today's been good. I've got several. I know. 110. Holy crap, guys. Holy crap, this is the most subs I've ever got one day. I'm pretty sure. That's crazy. That's insane. Okay. Dude. Stone wood torch. I got the wood. How much stone do I have? Need 20. 16. That's what's up. I can't believe I got 110 subs. Holy crap. You guys are amazing. Jesus. I'm start playing this game every week. It's crazy. I love this song. This song's cool. Maybe like a no copyright song. It's really good. Oh, shoot. French toast. I need an anvil now, right? Make your name. 5 iron bars. I have 5 iron bars. Oh no, I fixed it. Alright, how about that? Is that better? You good now? It does that sometimes. Is it good? Alright, cool. Every now and then that happens, dude. I hate that. Alright, cool. Cool. Come on. Should be able to make an iron anvil. It says I need 5. Do I need a hammer? No. There it is. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh, Star Fury's better. Dude, this stuff's so cool though. I wanted some of the armor. What's up, Emily? Welcome to the chat. Oh dude, I got nothing. Fussbot does not let me have anything. I can't even set my rank if I wanted to. Like, I can't get bucks. Tissue samples for the armors. I think I remember that. What's this stuff called? Crimtane. Yeah, of course I'll listen, dude. I'm all about my chat. I love talking to you guys. That's why I'm here. Why else would I be here? I'd just be playing by myself if I didn't want to talk to you guys. Dude, that crimson stuff looks so awesome. Brandon Cthulhu and Creeper. I gotta destroy 3 crimson hearts, right? Is there a way to do that without... I can't. I've done reward 2, it still stays at 5. I tried to reward myself like 100 one day, it doesn't. Is there a way to destroy the altars without beating the wall of flesh and getting that? Is there? Does anybody know? Like, can I use bombs to do that? Well, something else doesn't. Creeper. Who's a creeper? Oh, from the boss fight. Hey, what's up, Drakon YVRO? Welcome to the chat. Feel free to sub. I'd totally be cool with that. I just did 100 today and I'm already past 110. It's blowing my mind. Dude, I want to hear you rap. Who's leaving? Oh, Ian's leaving, dude. Oh. Bots can't leave. Bots aren't allowed to leave. No one's done Make It Rain. Zonix has enough to do it, but he won't do it. He's not here right now. I think he's the top coin still. Pretty sure. Yeah, dude. It's gone crazy today. Yeah. That's amazing. Just do shop. You can do silly stuff with it. I spit fire, so the firefighter don't want me to hire. Dude, I'll do your rap on stream, man. If you sub. You want to be the hero, but your winning chance is 0. Help myself. And it doesn't work. Yeah, that's pretty good. I have one on my main base world. I have like a big apartment complex. Did anybody ever answer me about summoning the Brain of Cthulhu? Like, can I do it before I beat the flesh wall? I have to, because it's pre-hardcore. So there has to be a way. How do you... Players sword 3 crimson hearts. Floating red, found deep branches crimson. Blah blah blah. Oh, I can use any hammer. I can use any hammer to destroy him. I thought I had to have the awesome one. What's up, Killer123 Gamer LP? Welcome to the chat. Nice spam thing you got. Stop stream. Don't do that. Alright. I still need a hammer though. It's the altars. The altars I can't destroy yet. But I can destroy the hearts. Okay. I don't have a hammer. I need a hammer. Just any hammer. Any hammer will do. Can I even use a wood hammer? Is that a thing? Just need wood. Yeah, I just get wood, right? Alright. Hey, thanks for the sub, man. Welcome to the stream. I am God 72900. There it is. It popped up. A little delayed. Welcome to the sub club, dude. It's much appreciated. Alright, easy. Easy peasy. Let's go do this. You guys ready to go fight the brain? Yeah, I heard your rap. I rapped it on stream, dude. I need to get rid of some crap, dude. I got a bunch of random junk. Oh. Subs. What would the subs command do? Skip song don't work. I don't know why. It's supposed to. I can manually do it though. It's all good. Oh, it might not have showed. Hold on. Hold on. Forget, I have to like refresh this thing every day. There we go. that? I can't see it. Hello, if live. Yeah, it's gonna catch up. It'll slowly go through all the ones that happen. Bots can't get love. Thanks, dude. You're cool, man. You're the best. Alright, let's go fight that brain. It's gonna run through all the people that's bought stuff today. Or it wasn't refreshed. I need better potions, like in a bad way. I need to go to Mother World and like restock on stuff before I go to the subscribe or die. Is that one yours? Somebody's cookie. I didn't even notice that it wasn't popping up. Do you do sick raps on your channel, man? Flying carpet. How do you get the flying carpet? What's the recipe for that crap? That sounds awesome. There's so much I forgot about this game where it's been like a year since I've really played it. And pyramids. I can't get in the pyramid, can I? I don't think I can get in there yet. Should I get that before? Because that would probably really help being able to fly. It will, it's got a cooldown. If you do bucks, you can only do it every couple minutes. Yeah, it'll be way easier to be able to beat these flying bosses with that. Especially the skeleton. I could definitely see the use in that. I'll go do that. Guys, I hope I don't lose my voice again, man. More and more people's been coming, so I've been talking a lot more, and my voice like starts to go out by the end of the stream every day. It sucks. I can already feel it straining. Yeah, I have voice channels on Discord, man. Especially when I do multiplayer games. That way we can all just hang out and talk. I got a general and a Factorio at the moment. It says 13 on my screen, dude. What you talking about? 11. No, I had 14 a minute ago. Let's see. What's it up? Check it. Da-da-da. Total view time. You guys have been spent 17 hours. Peak today is 14. It's craziness. It's a whole load of craziness. Skeletron, yeah, Skeletron. Dude, I'm bad for names, man. Like, people on Factorio make fun of me because I always call science packs potions, man. I'm like, yeah, man, we need red potions. So we research some stuff. So that's what they look like, man. They look like potions. I mean, what the hell? Why isn't your bucks working, dude? Try it one more time. Everybody else's is working. Look at these settings. Coins. Bucks. Yeah, I lowered the balance, man. Or the timer. There you go. It's working. The subclub.army dojo. If you watch my intro video. That's not my pickaxe. Where's my pickaxe? There it is. I'll make a quick invite on the Discord. Aye. Quit that. You watch what you're doing, Slime. There you go. There's a manual link in case the other one's not working. It's not an official Discord link. I don't have enough active users to get like an official Discord URL. So I gotta do like the Discord dot whatever it is. The dot army. Depends, man. When I'm wearing sunglasses, I call it the dot army. When it's my ninja sensei personality, I call it the dojo. I've already passed the desert, dude. I forgot what tech I was looking for. I did. I need to go over here. I'm an idiot, guys. Why do y'all let me do this stuff? Yeah, you either lose the 10 or get double the amount. It's 50-50 chance. Oh yeah, strange plants, dude. Those give me cool dyes. I don't think I've had the orange one yet. Good call. I don't know, dude. It's just what I'm feeling, man. If I feel like chilling, doing some chill games, I'll wear the sunglasses. If I'm like playing Final Fantasy or training or something weird, some hardcore game, I'll do my Ninja Master. I'm gonna put this on for a minute. I would like to have grenades. Oh, bank heist. 50. Should be 50. It's supposed to be 50-50, man. I can't help it if your results vary. That's just how it works. Like, Gilwoon? Leon? I don't know. Hey, dude. Yeah, man. Cool, Jeff. Welcome to the sub club, dude. I appreciate it. Ballant Cool Jeff. You can go check out his channel if y'all want to, man. Sorry if you are what? What's going on? He's not spamming. He probably accidentally pushed G a few times. Or something. I don't know. Cool. Yeah. Like, I'll hang out in the Discord channel usually when I'm not streaming and like talk to the people in there about what games I should play, things like that. I'm just chilling there. It's a good way to get a hold of me when I'm not streaming if you want to ask something or talk about something. I have a mining potion. Jeez. I don't even have an Xbox, man. Why can't you verify your email? Discord stuff is beyond my control, stuff like that. Are you sure I can get into the pyramid, man? I thought I had to have some kind of item or something to get in the doors. Like some kind of awesome pickaxe. Gotta find it first. It's probably pretty deep, huh? I got this stuff. Want those, want that. Take those. Why not? I will give you my garbage. Alright, cool. Shall keep going. Searching for the pyramid. What are these, man? Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Shoulda put my money in a chest up there. I got a little bit of gold, man. Hate to lose it. How do you know I don't have one in my world? Is there a way to tell if you have a pyramid in your world? Aren't they like deep underground? Y'all's gonna die. Y'all are dead. I don't even have to look at your stupid faces. What's up, Ian? Yeah, it's got a 0 stock though, man. It's on the surface of the desert. I thought it was like deep underground. Or am I thinking of... I might be thinking of the jungle temple. Jail. I mean, you can do that, I guess. You think I should go make another world real quick and just keep looking for it? What's up, Jamie Mulligan? Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you stopped by. Should I do that? Man, it don't take long to make another world. I can just keep looking until I find one. I didn't know they showed up on the surface. I thought they were deep. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm gonna go put up my gold and stuff before I do that. Dang, dude. Why are you so harsh? Why so harsh, dog? Are they still having a party, man? They're partying without me. That's messed up. I'm gonna talk to the dye trader. Nah, he's just messing around, dude. I guess he's messing around. I hope he is. I'm more reflective. That's what this is, right? Oh, this is reflective metal dye. What's going on? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, dude, I'm wearing a black wedding dress. Awesome. I like that. Dude, I like this stuff. Alright, I'm gonna use this. Yeah! I'm coming for him, dude. I'm gonna pass up PewDiePie. He's gonna fall out of favor, man. And I will rise to the top. I'm probably not. PewDiePie is pretty funny. He's a pretty cool guy. He just doesn't know what to do. He's out of ideas. He is out of ideas. That's his issue. He's done it all. Yeah, man, I've been trying not to take as many breaks. Like, I'll take like 1 5 or 10 minute break. Like halfway through, which is coming up soon, actually. Dude, I got 100 and what now? What am I? Let me check my subs. Let me check this out real quick. God almighty, dude. $112 guys. 112 subscribers. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I love you guys. I love all you guys. You guys want me to do something like special? I want to do something special. Yeah, dude, I'm holding a raffle. You guys want me to hold a 100 sub raffle? Or do like 3 of them? I don't think I can. Yeah, dude, I want to do like 3 50 coin raffles, man, for my 100 sub thing. Doing it right now, dude. I'm not doing 300. Alright, dude. Boom. There's number 1. Number 1's out. Better get in it. Better enter. Better enter. Better enter. Better get in it, guys. Right, now it's my word chest. You can only enter once. I was like, Jesus, there's a lot of people in here, and then I realized people are doing it like 3 times. The hype. 100 sub hype, guys. Jamie Mulligan. Jamie Mulligan. Good job. Alright though, it's cool. Because you know what? You know what's about to happen? Boom! Another one. Hype. Hype! Hype! I'm gonna need other stuff. These are all garbage now. Hey, the traveling merchant's here. Wonder what he got. Oh, it's gonna be sad when you take off, man. You're one of the new guys. I like the new guys. Bonnie Gaming. Nice. Nice. It's okay though, guys. It's okay. You know why? Because here comes another one. 112 subs. I love you all. I love you all. 50's a max you can flip. Red Taylor, why didn't that pop up on screen? What? Red Taylor didn't pop up for some reason. But welcome to the sub club. Oh, that's sad, dude. You might as well go ahead and enter. You could win. That's not cool, dude. That's not cool at all. Julian, congrats, man. You finally won. Good job. What you got? Ooh, Crimson Cloak. Bet that'll make me look cool. DPS meter. This is all cool stuff. That's lame. You won $50 a minute ago, Bonnie Gaming. Sure did. You won the second raffle. I don't wanna... I love my dress. I guess I'm not gonna get any of this stuff. That's nice though. Should I get the extended grip? If you want to, Jamie, man. You think the extendo grip's worth it? How many extra tiles reach does it give you? That's 10 gold. I like that too, that's cool. I just have to have this in my inventory, I think. Maybe. I don't really need that, I guess. Julian, getting them bucks, man. Alright, I got it. Guys with it. Can I do that? No. $10 gold, 3 blocks, whatever. Whatever. Oh, it works with your sword too? That's nice. The extendo grip works with your sword? Are you sure? Poor Jack. Feel sorry for you, Jack. I understand. I understand that life. I don't want that. Alright, let's go search for the pyramid. Small? Does it matter? Will it increase the chances if I make a bigger world? Dang, it does. Well, if it's not here, I'll make a giant world. I'll run across this one real quick. But words, blood leak out of my face. Words. Words. I'm getting thirsty, guys. After I find this pyramid, I'm probably going to take my 5 or 10 minute break. What's my uptime? Uptime. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at my halfway point for the day. I could take a break. I could take 5. New language. Up to. Watch me just die. Oh no! I forgot to put my gold up. Crap. That was the main reason I went there. I ended up buying an extended grip thing and not putting my gold up. You want me to do your potty picture? I don't know. See no bricks, guys. I'll do your potty picture, man. There's 2 deserts, right? Probably. Maybe. Yeah, that's my AFK picture. Yeah. How you play the ball, yeah? Does this mean pyramid? Or no? What's that? Nothing. That does mean pyramid? Are you sure? Alright. No? Okay. Should I just go make a large world? I think I just have a better chance doing that. Oh! Hey. You're good, dude. Just watch out for the harshness in chat, man. It's not cool. Extendo reach was worth every penny. On the surface? Dude, I must be like super out of practice for this. Ooh, nice. White magic cart. It's a white magic cart. That's a beehive. Ow. Ooh, nice. Hi. That's so cool. That's useful. What's that look like? That's pretty cool, man. Top 4 defense. Oh, white magic carpet. Man, I'm trying to find a magic carpet. I'm trying to find a temple. I don't think it's gonna be out this way. I go to the other side. A pyramid. A pyramid. I keep calling it a temple, but I mean pyramid. So I know the temple's all the way to the left over there. Oh, dude, here it is, here it is, here it is. PogChamp. PogChamp. Should I just go through the door? Or should I dig down? Yeah, there's 3-minute cooldown on flip coin. PogChamp. Red Tail, didn't you already sub? Welcome back to the sub club. You leaving, Ian? Dang. Ooh, that's cool. I like my hat. I could be a pharaoh. Oh, that's pretty neat, man. I like that. I kind of like that. PogChamp indeed, guys. Got the pyramid. We gonna find a magic carpet. Oh, wiped you guys out, man. That sucks. Oh, is that it? No, that's the only chest in it? I got vanity items, man. Whatever, they're cool. I like them better than the dress. Boop. Okay. Let me rephrase that. Alright guys, I'm gonna take my 5-minute break. Please don't go anywhere, because I love everybody. It's craziness. Oh god. Dude, I might actually have to get a mod soon. Especially when I take my breaks. 115. Wasn't it just 112? It was just 112. It was literally just 112. Holy crap. Holy crap! That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, man, I gotta do my AFK raffle. Yeah, I'm gonna... No. Technically, Julian's most active. Ian's been here longer, though, so I don't know how we would compare, because Fuzzbot's new. So it's still... Yeah. Need to edit that and make it transparent. Can crop this a little bit. That's pretty cool. It's funny. It's funny. It's toilet humor. Laugh. You're supposed to laugh. Alright. Back. Where's the picture? I got too much stuff going on my OBS. Alright guys, I'll be right back. You want Pong one more time before I take off for my break?
creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating.
Boop,
I'm
boop,
waiting
burp,
and always
boop,
hesitating.
boop, burp, boop,
Kryptonite desires
boop,
set my
burp,
heart
boop,
afire.
boop, burp, boop.
Set my heart afire. Yeah. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah. Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating want. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart afire.
what you want from me. I'll give you everything, all that and more you'll see. Just stay right here with me. Love is not fiction, but this time the story's about a king and a queen will pretend to be with paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. You don't wanna leave. I'm the one to keep. Got no enemies out of our fortress. With paper crowns. Take what you want from me. I'll give you everything, all that and more you'll see. Just stay right here with me. Love is not fiction, but this time the story's about a king and a queen will pretend to be with paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. With paper crowns. A king and a queen will pretend to be with paper crowns.
I have been taken by the words that you say. The voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Let me show you all the way. Let me show you all the ways. Oh, let me show you all the ways. Yeah, let me show you all the ways. Oh. that you say. The voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Let me show you all the way. Let me show you all the ways. Oh, let me show you all the ways. Yeah, let me show you all the ways. Oh. Rising with each beat that the music is bringing, we're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart's so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing.
Well, that's awkward. That's super awkward. Alright. Meant to see you later, Jack Evans. Welcome back, or welcome to the chat, Tian Hua Yang and Dead Soul the Gamer. What's up, guys? G Cyborg. Welcome to chat. That's super awkward. Sorry about that. Hold on. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, nice. You won the AFK. Good job, dude. I'm thinking about accepting mod applications. Y'all think it's a good idea? Might get one or two that can stay active pretty decently. Yeah, I seen where you said bye. I thought I missed you. Happy birthday again, dude. Hope you have a good day. Alright, guys. Let me get this info out here. Alright, I'm gonna be accepting mod application. Sub Dawson Dawson Dutchin. Welcome to the sub club, dude. Appreciate it very much. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Work hard on it. It's growing. About a month. I've already got almost 120 subs. It's super awesome. I just hit 100 subs today and I'm already at like almost 120, I think. 118. It's awesome. What's this? Dead Soul the Gamer. Welcome to the sub club, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be streaming more Subnautica next week. I love that game. Super awesome game. Alright. New text. Why can't you join the sub club? Hellgamer123, welcome to the sub club. If your subscriptions are set to private, it won't show up, but just let me know and I'll give you a shout out. Did you join? Did you subscribe? Tianhua Yang. Alright. Welcome to the sub club, man. I appreciate it. Stay, man, stay. Nah, man, I really don't. Thanks for the offer, though. Ethan. Alright, guys. If you want to apply to be a moderator, what you gotta do is hop onto Discord. Let me get all this up. Join my channel. But you can do the Discord command. Just go here. Either one. And you need to find me. You need to send me a message with your time zone and just kind of tell me if you can be available for at least 60% of my streams. I stream from about 12:30 to 5, somewhere in there, Monday through Friday. And also I need your channel ID. To get that, you just go to YouTube, click my channel, and this right here, that is your channel ID. I need that in your time zone. And I guess don't even bother applying if you can't be in most of my streams. Monday through Friday, around noon to 5 or 6 Eastern time. So just message me this in your time zone, and I will get back to you, man. And you also have to have Discord. That way we can chat and stuff. It's the easiest way to get a hold of people. Alright, let's find another pyramid. See if we can get a magic carpet. Yeah, that is the story. Die a whole bunch with crappy items, get cool items, kill everything. Oh. Hey. Ah, you back off. That extended reach thing's actually pretty nice. It's not bad. Oh, also, moderator pay. You will earn triple club bucks. So you get 3 a minute as opposed to 1 if you become moderator. So, that's a thing. Silence. My mic's work. Yeah, my mic's on. What are you talking about? That's why I think I need a moderator too. Seems like the bigger I get, the more people come in here spamming some bad things, racist things occasionally. Oh, I should have grabbed. What the heck? Oh, that's cool, man. It's very much appreciated. Whether you can become modern. Why is auto crap on? What the heck? No. Wait, what? Hey, I've been talking constantly. What are you talking about? Talk to you guys. It's my thing, man. I love talking to you guys. Just looking for a pyramid so I can hopefully find a magic carpet before I go fighting the brain whatever boss on the other map I'm working on. Just be really helpful if I had a magic carpet before I went doing that stuff. Hopefully I can find one. I made a large world, man. It's gonna take forever. I got this cool Barrow stuff on the Brain of Cthulhu. That's it. That's what's up. Thank you. I'll forget again. Just remind me. Play so many games, man, over the years. I just call it like I see it, man. It's a giant brain. The heck? This could take a minute. I'm gonna be so sad if there isn't one. Oh, when I get that flying carpet, it'll be like super easy to find the sky bases too, right? Just go to Discord, send me a private message on there with your time zone and your YouTube channel ID, which you can get from going to my channel on your YouTube main page. It starts with a U, it's like a big long screen, it'll be in the URL. So just PM me that stuff over Discord. You have to be able to get on Discord. So that's my main way of talking to people online these days. You have to be able to be here. At least half my streams, man. Thinking about getting 2, that way it's kind of covered. Yeah, I stream Monday through Friday. Start between 12 and 1 Eastern. I stream about 5 hours. Oh, well crap. Well, I mean, still though, if I just build a tower, I can fly like left and right, can't I? Just fly around instead of building those giant sky bridge things. Be a lot faster. If I get it on this world, I'll probably look. So I really want that item that stops fall damage. Oh, here. This is the end of the map, right? Yeah. Bomb Productions? I've not seen Bomb Productions. Is it a YouTube channel? It's not. Man. It's not Infinite. That's so lame. Do I just hold space with it in my inventory? Is that how it works? And I just kind of float for a little while? Still pretty cool. Crap. Dead. PogChamp. 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 Alright, later, dude. Once again, happy birthday. Yeah, it's still pretty cool. Still pretty useful. Dude, it's just been so long since I've played, I forgot most of the items. Is that a cooler umbrella? No. Wait, whoa, what is that? Dude, that is so nice. Probably this weekend. I'll look over all the people. I'll decide based on, I don't know, stuff. Whatever feels right, I guess. Oh, later, Dead Soul. Thanks for stopping by. Once again, welcome to the sub club. Are there mods for Terraria? I didn't even know that. Hey, maybe you can join me again later, man. I'll be back tomorrow. Monday. Etc. Is there another one of those gold? Where did that gold sprout from? Is that just a random thing that happens? A little gold fountain? Do you get them like in the workshop, or do you have to like do it Minecraft style? Dude, I'm so upset. There's not gonna be a pyramid here. Maybe. Go back to small worlds if there's not. So it just takes too long to find the deserts on these big worlds. All it is biomes are bigger, I think. Let's say. Yeah, there's no pyramid here. T-mod loader. Gotta do it Minecraft style. I'll check into that sometime. I might do some modded Terraria sometime. That could be pretty cool. Pinky? I'll be on the lookout for Pinky. We in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. What? Oh, that guy. God, sounds nasty. Right. Really? don't think there's gonna be a pyramid on this one, guys. Guys and or gals. Guys are nasty. Do I have 6 lenses? I might go ahead and do another Eye of Cthulhu monster. Yeah, I got 8. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't know. Ah! Hey, what's up, dude from Hungary? Welcome back. Glad you could come back in. It's been a few days. I don't know if I'm gonna do Factorio this Friday. Mag's not gonna be able to make it. Dude, would you guys hate me if I streamed Final Fantasy Friday? So I'm about to be Ninja. I'm super addicted to that game. I play it like before and after every stream every day. I'm almost level 30. Who, me? I'm from the US. I'm into NA. Towards the East Coast. No, I shouldn't stream it, or no, you wouldn't hate me. Nice, dude. That's a dream. Loved it, 70k. I just did 100 today. I guess 1,000's the next push. Oh, did you? Dang. Dang. Julian. Julian, my man. Alright, I'm gonna go do another Eye of Cthulhu. It's a super cool, like, survival building game. Factorio. It's really fun. It's really addictive. There's so much you can do. It's insane. I haven't even seen half the game yet. On the multiplayer server, I'm just now getting to robots. You can do time. See what time it is here. It's 4:18. No, it's not like Minecraft. It's a top-down, like, base building. It's more like an RTS style game, but it's a lot different. It's a really cool game. If you like base building, stuff like that, I highly recommend you check it out. Like, you basically build a base that is a giant factory that produces all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, I can't. Let's do this. Let's do this eyeball. I play a lot of survival style games, man. Yeah, it's just like Minecraft, but totally not like Minecraft whatsoever. It's like Minecraft in the sense that you can build stuff. And you can mine. You can mine. But you end up building things to mine for you. Like mining plants. They get your ore and then you have to like shovel them to burners and produce metal, and it's just crazy. It's insane the amount of stuff they put in that game. Mine. Alright. Nice. Ooh, trophy. I'll put that in my main world. Why do I have an? Oh, yeah. Well, keep that. Keep that. It's 2D. 2D top down. Like the style of the visual style really reminds me of Command and Conquer.
Don't try this yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
Go on. Go put some stuff up in Streamland. They're always having a party. I need to expand this. I think it's full now. Yeah. I need to build this some more. Yeah, you should go check it out, man. It's still in early access, but it's been there forever. But it's a really well developed game. I need another chest. What the heck is that? Artery? I don't even know what that is. Goggles. Alright, man, I gotta get I need those tissue samples, guys. I really want to get that armor. Oops. Nice. Keep these. Wow. I can do a lens over in another world too. Oh, it's a yo-yo. Yo-yo weapon. I have to use one of these chests for some junk. Welcome back. So I'll hold on to those. It's a boss item, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. What do you do with the vertebrae? There's something you can summon with that, isn't there? Pretty sure. It's garbage. Hold on to this stuff. I don't know why I'm holding on to bottles. Actually, can I buy better healing potions? Somebody sells those, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. Go for it, man. If you want to sub to me with 6 accounts, you go right ahead. If you want to sub to me with 20 accounts, go for it. I will not stop you or discourage you. I'm shameless. If you wanna open up one of my videos and refresh it 100 times, man, you do that. Wait, can't you craft? Don't you craft the better healing potions? Not sure the recipes, man. I don't remember a lot about this game. I'm not very professional. But I'm very, what do you mean by that? Yeah, I'm not very professional. It's because I work on it, man. I love doing this. I've been doing it about a month. But I really like doing it. Yeah, dude. You're professional when you're late for every stream. I think I qualify if that's if that's the requirement. I think you gotta make money off something to be professional. I've only spent money on this. I have not made a dime. But it's... when I get better stuff on this character, probably not today. I don't want to just like open a server and people come in here with their hacked accounts and their super godly items and just makes everything super boring. I want to like, probably when I get through hardcore mode, I'll start opening the server. You know, a lot of people tell me that, man. They really do. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right. When like so many people think I'm doing a good job and I deserve a lot more than what I got. I mean, I've only been doing a month. I'm about to hit 120. I like that. I mean, sure, it could be better, but it could definitely be worse, you know what I'm saying? Yes, that's what I've been saying, man. I need more than PewDiePie. PewDiePie doesn't know what's coming for him, dude. Just keep on going, man. Like, I try to make content pretty much daily. Technically, I've had this account for over 6 years now, but I've only actually been doing something with it for the past month. A little bit over a month. The first week, I didn't really have a schedule. I was just kind of doing whatever. I was getting like nobody. Then like I started to get serious about it, and then like I played Subnautica. Subnautica like gave me my first 15-20 subs. I played it for a couple days. It gave me my first 1,000 views on the channel. I still play it pretty much every week. It's one of my mainstays. Come on. No. Lame. I don't know. It's just ever since then, I've wanted to keep going with it. Like, I have a really strong drive to make it better. I got a new mic. I like got my monitor replaced because it was messed up. And I've been working on it. I stream 1080p now. I was in 720 for like the longest time. Upgraded my internet. Have, you know, consistent upload. I play a variety of games. I just play whatever I feel like playing, to be honest. Like what the people want. That's also a big influence, because if I stream stuff people don't even care about, then what's the point, you know? Nobody's gonna come. I'm not gonna hang out with nobody. Today, a little bit, I think at 25 or 26, man. I think I've got 25 or 26 subs just today. This is by far my best day for subscriptions I've ever had. I didn't expect this. I expected to get 100 subs Friday, and I like jumped past that today. It was crazy. There was like a train of people that came in earlier. And look at it, it still keeps going. Still keeps going. Plot selling? Is that it? Plot selling? Yeah, man. Plot selling? I think that's what it is. Yeah. Welcome to the sub club, dude. I appreciate it. Glad you stopped in. Feel free to type help in chat with the exclamation point, like the command. See what kind of wacky stuff you can get into. What's selling? There's a lot of Dutch people that subscribe to me. Surprising. Jesse. I could say Jesse. Welcome to the sub club. Appreciate it a lot, man. You're the bomb. Once again, just do the help command in chat. See what you can do. You earn coins. The more you're active in chat, you get coins. You can buy silly stuff. Really? Really? Nothing. No pyramid. I might just give it up on the pyramid and just go try to do it by hand. Or not the pyramid, but the magic carpet. Should I do one more? You guys think I should do one more world to check for a pyramid? Or should I just go try to fight the Brain of Cthulhu? It'll probably be Monday. I don't know if I'll announce. I'll probably just do it. We'll talk on Discord. Oh, you play Overwatch, dude? Good. You can check out my Overwatch streams. Nobody comes. Nobody ever watches me play Overwatch. I'm not very good at it, but still. It's about the vibe. It's not about the pro skills on this stream. If it was about the pro skills, I'd be screwed. I'd sub one sub. When we go to the Brain, man. I think that hit 120. I think that made me 120 subs, y'all. Suddenly TV. Is that what that means in Dutch? I did. Where's it at? Sponsors. That's crazy, man. I've got like almost 30 subs today. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. Suddenly TV, dude, welcome. Welcome to the stream, man. Alright, it's the last one. Wait, what am I doing? Did I make a new world? Okay. If I don't find a magic carpet on here, yeah, mind blown, dude, Zeggy. Talk about mind blown. Yeah, I'll talk to you later about it. This is amazing. I've hit 30. I've got 30 subs just today, almost. Like 3 more, and I will have 30 subs. Please give me a carpet. I don't think I can do one. I don't currently have anything set up to allow me to do a sub counter. Yeah, man, I could do Streamlabs. I could do a Streamlabs sub counter. I could set that up later. Do you guys want me to make like an overlay for the channel to show like the latest sub and the sub count, stuff like that? Like, I could totally hook that up for tomorrow. I could do it after stream, set it all up. Do like a little overlay with like, you know, up here. It's my camera. Like up here, I could put like a little graphic or something as like the latest sub, and I could keep like, you know, sub count like over here somewhere. I could totally hook that up. Please, 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 please. Please. What are the odds of a desert temple, man? Is it like 5%? Just tell me the truth. I will know how many views after the stream. Subs, I've got like 30 subs today almost. 3 more and I'll have 30 subs today. Which is just mind-boggling. Oh, dude, I would love... Oh, yes, 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 yes. I would love to be able to do that. But Fussbot doesn't have support for that at the moment. Please don't give me stupid vanity items. Please. Wait. It's not gonna work. It's sand. I do highlight videos, mostly. Like, it's too much time to, like, make personal videos on top of it. So, like, usually I'll do highlight videos on my stream. You can check them out on the channel. I'll say 90% of the time, I'll make highlight videos of my stream. I'll just cut it down to, like, 10 or 15 minutes, you know, some of the most interesting parts. Or just random parts, you know. We got it. We got it. Give me that. Wait. How do you use it? I have to equip that crap. Yeah! 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 Nice. Awesome. Alright, dude, let's go kill the brain. You guys ready to kill the brain of Cthulhu? Can I get a PogChamp? I can't wait till we have emotes. YouTube Gaming's working on some emotes. Holy moly. Holy crap, dude. You're lucky today. How many bucks you got now? Look at that. Look at that. How long does it last? It's a good little bit. Yeah, it took an hour to get a stupid magic carpet. Wait, did I pass up the crimson? No. Gonna do it, boys. We're gonna kill the brain of Cthulhu. I think I already did, maybe. Maybe not. I thought I did. I meant to. I might not have done it. Disable the anti-spam. Oh, that sucks. Sorry. Sorry, Tianhua. If you want me to call you by a different nickname, I will try my best to remember it. You just gotta let me know. I should get better potions. Alright. I'll look into that in a minute. Wait, where's the... It's over here. We gotta find some beating hearts, guys. So I want some tissue samples so I can make some good armor. And then we shall try to get to the dungeon. Nice, 240. Keep a lookout for beating hearts. I think they're usually down towards the bottom. Dude, another life crystal. Sweet. What's the max? I know there's a max on the health. I don't remember what it was. Crimson hearts. There's one. Oh no, I can't mine this crap. I gotta use grenades. Oh man, I hope I have enough bombs to do this. And then a bomb drops. The Undertaker. Oh, nice. That's pretty neat. I like that. 400. 400 what? Call you Bob? Want me to call you Bob? I can probably remember Bob. Alright, Bob. Alright, Bob. That's what we're doing, Bob. We're gonna try to blow our way down to another heart, Bob. Not sure if this is the best approach, Bob. Should have bought more explosives from the miner. $400 what? 400 what? I'm confused. What 400? I was afraid of this. Shut up. Oh, meteorite landed. Dude, I can get meteor armor. That stuff's good too, right? I forgot about the meteorites and a goblin army. I can't do a goblin army and... Oh, 400 life. Okay. I can't do a goblin army and the boss, guys. Like, I don't think that's a thing I can do. Is that one over there? Yep. Should I fight the brain down here? The goblin army can't get down here, can it? I got this, right? I'm a professional streamer, I can do this. This music is lit. Is this NCS, man? Am I gonna get muted for this? No, this is not. I got a warning for this song. Oh my god. That sucks. Move from playlist. Why is that on an NCS list, man? That sucks. Oh, you have to stay. Yeah, because you blow up the heart, you don't summon it. So. Yeah. Okay, that's a bad idea. Already? Oh, why? Why? Oh, dude, I'm gonna die. This ain't working. This ain't working at all. This is not working. I was not ready for this. Why did you guys say I was ready for this? Yeah, I was definitely... That did not work. Alright, sorry. How many tissue samples did I get? Is that the only chance? Or do I have to get 3 more, or is he still here? Ah! I forgot about the goblin army. Tissue samples, 13. I don't know if I can do anything with that. Sorry, dude, you're gonna die. Holy crap. I hate the goblin army. Open. Is that crimson? Is that all I can make? I need more tissue samples. No, it has to be. I can't change that. It's just the way it's built into the program. The app, as you kids call them these days. Oh, dude, I think I got that many. I got 16. Emily, welcome to the sub club. I thought you were already subscribed. Is that a different Emily? Welcome to the sub club. I appreciate it. You're the best. I don't want to deal with this stupid goblin army right now. Do I have to go to an altar to make that thing? Silent Zico? Silent Zico, welcome to the sub club. Poor Garrett the god. Didn't have a chance. Dude, I don't want to deal with this army. So I have to go to an altar and do that. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Cause I ain't... Later, homies. Care not for the... That's 30. 123, that's 30 subscribers I've got today, guys. That's amazing. You guys are amazing. Every one of you. I feel like a handful of you are gonna stick around too, man. Like, you guys seem pretty cool, man. Hope you guys come back. Mini streams. Help me push for 1,000. Come on, we can get 1,000, right? $123, that is crazy. I just can't get over that, man. Oh, dude, Silent Zico's a weeb. I like you. You're cool, man. You should watch me play Final Fantasy tomorrow. Wait, I got the 15 vertebrae. What else do I need to do? What else do I need to summon? Sweet. What kind of games you play, man? Yeah, I feel like you're definitely gonna stick around. You're talking a lot. Usually the people that talk a lot are gonna stick around. Dude, I've already forgot the TV thing. It's not here. It's not an option. Ninja Plays. Welcome to the sub club, dude. You're awesome. Type help in chat if you want to see some commands. If you're active in chat, you earn coins. You can buy silly things with coins. Sometimes make me do silly things with coins. Yeah, dude. Today's stream is hype AF. So how do I craft the bloody span? Bloody span. Yeah. Vicious powder. What is vicious powder? Where do I get vicious powder? Vile mushroom. No. Vicious mushrooms. Oh my god, I don't want to do all that. Why do you have to get vicious powder? To the right of the suspicious looking eye. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I gotta get 30 vicious powder. That's crazy. Well, I mean, if you just glance over at the description real quick, Julian, it's like the second sentence right there. Feel free to hang out in chat. Type help for chat commands. Yeah, the shop command has like a minute timeout between it. So if somebody else does it, you can see it right there. Dude, is this also not... Okay, hold on. I gotta switch playlists. This is not NCS music completely. I'm gonna end up with like 16 more freaking copyright violations. I just need something. Is this one good? Are these all NCS? God. It's a lot harder to find proper music on Spotify than it is on YouTube. Oh yeah. Yeah, Workbench has wood next to it. How do you get the mini shark? What do I need for that? Yeah. Got nothing there. Oh yeah, man, I need to go build my... Yeah, I've beat all the hardcore mode like a long time ago. It'd been over a year since I'd played this. It's surprising how much stuff I forgot, and then somebody mentions it. I'm gonna go build up my little apartment building on my main level, because I don't think I have the arms dealer yet. I need crap. Party time's over. That's not an axe. Go add a couple more floors to my little apartment complex. Oh, I'm gonna use my little gun. Haha. You're stupid. I like that thing. Strange flower. Hey, what's up, Yoshi Productions? No, it is not multiplayer. After I get deep into hardcore mode, I might start doing multiplayer. Yeah, you need 30 vicious powders. I already looked it up. What you get from vicious mushrooms. Yoshi, welcome to the sub club, dude. You're awesome. Yoshi Productions. Indeed, you did just sub. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the compliment. Well. It's just going off today. The Destroyer 13. Welcome to the sub club. Welcome to the chat. You guys are awesome. Hope you stick around, man. I like to have fun. Decently family friendly. very rare curse word may slip out, but we ain't PewDiePie around here. Ooh, reflective gold dye. What's that look like? Crap. Looks how you would expect it to look. Ooh, gold carpet. What'd you buy? Did you buy a cookie, man? Enjoy your cookie. I hope it's tasty. It's just normal. This is not a very advanced character. I just made this character in like one other stream. It's only been played once. Not counting today. I dig it. I dig the gold carpet. That's what it's staying at. Wait, it's not the right chest for that. Yeah, it's just normal. It's just on normal, man. After I get up through hardcore, I might get up through hardcore on expert. And then maybe do some multiplayer. Because when you make a new character, I didn't really want to... I wanted to do single player because anybody that joins a multiplayer server on this game is going to have like top tier stuff. And they're just going to breeze through everything, one shot the wall of flesh, and it just kind of ruins it. It ruins the experience of like building a new character. And plus, where it's been so long since I played, I wanted to do this so I could kind of get back into the swing of it and remember how everything works. Makes sense? Makes sense to me. Wait, what? Wait, what? Someone's a heart. Oh, nice! Nice. Very nice. It's very bleeding. It's bleeding everywhere. Can I make you gold as well? Golden heart. I want a black heart. Do I have another black? I don't think I do. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. What's up, Jins? Yins. Yeah, dude, the foreign names, I have lots of troubles. Dash right. Welcome to the chat. It's only single player right now. I just explained why a second ago. Be active in chat and your rank will go up depending on how many hours you've been here. Yeah, I want to do that. I need to come up with like shop items for the main games I play. See, vicious mushroom. Do I have? I don't have the potion station thing. Where'd I get those? Yeah, I want to do game exclusive items in the shop. Like on Subnautica, I have an item in there where I like wear goggles. Is that a cookie? Enjoy your cookie, Jack. Jack, are you back? I thought you had to leave. Yeah, that'd be cool. Get like a mining helmet or something like that. I live in a mining state. It's probably not that hard to get a hold of one. I like my heart. I didn't even know that was a pet. Panic necklace. To shit. I got too much junk, dude. No, wrong way. Wrong way. Crap. Crap. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, I was gonna expand my apartment. Guys, I'm getting off track. Getting super off track here. Guys shouldn't let me get off track like that. Yeah, that's why I equipped it. So I can actually wear a real helmet now instead of this mining helmet. Which I shall do. Which I have right here. Nice. Oh. After ba-bum. After ba-bum. I think it's... Ooh? Dry bones. Dry bones. It's after ba-bum. Now my dogs are barking. Awesome. Ah! Thought that was my heart. Crap. That's not my heart. Oh, it's raining slimes. Maybe the king slime will come. Is that Pinky? Pinky! Pinky! Whatever. 1 gold, Pinky, seriously? You're trash, Pinky. I don't really need the king slime thing with a magic carpet though. It's still a really cool item. Wait, that's not right. I didn't do that right. Seriously? Houdini. Houdini. What do you call him? Oh. It's a good joke. What do you call a magic owl? I did it just because I couldn't think of anything else. To be honest. Of course I want to be on later today. As soon as I'm done streaming, man, I'm kicking on Final Fantasy. I'm addicted to that game right now. I mean, I could always go for changing the ranks. I probably will, to be honest. I'm not sure what I want to do with it. I just kind of, honestly, I did it as a placeholder. Because I couldn't think of anything else to do with it. And there's a forum I used to go to way back in the day. Like, back when people used to go to forums to hang out. Called ACMLM. I used to call it Acclaim. I'm not sure how it was pronounced. He was also from a foreign country. And he had a custom forum he had built. And the more you posted on his forum, you would increase your rank. And it was like Mario characters. And that's all I could think to do. That was like my main place to hang out on the internet back when I was a teenager. Like they did a lot of ROM hacking, things like that. It was one of those places. Bowser is the last rank indeed. You guessed it, man. Yeah, it was literally the first forum I ever seen. It was probably one of the first ones on the internet where you had like cool custom ranks. Like you leveled up and you got custom ranks and you gained access to like different forums the higher level you got. It was like really cool, man. It was fun just staying out there. Everybody was kind of like-minded people. I'll probably pick a mod this weekend if I get enough applications. I'm talking like this forum was like back in the 90s, y'all. This was back when Napster was still a thing. A little bit after Napster got sued by Metallica. It was back in those days. Some of you guys might not even been alive then, which is crazy to me. Makes me feel old. I'm gonna be 30 soon, guys. I'm gonna be 30 in the big 3-0. Yeah, back when every computer had a floppy drive. Like legit, every single computer had a floppy drive. Now they don't even have CD drives, they just have USB ports. Which is craziness. Standard. I never make enough. The helmet's awesome. I'm about to make that helmet. I want that whole set. I want the set of Crimson Armor. I'm 29, man. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking I'm 27, but I'm 29. I wasn't always old as dirt, guys. I used to be not old as dirt. SMS, that was before the SMS days. Like nobody had cell phones back then. That was like post-pager, pre-cell phone era. If you know what that's all about. Just back in my prime, hacking ROMs with the best of them. Learning x86 assembly, you know, standard. Hey, there was no texting. It was like ICQ. You hopped on ICQ if you wanted to text somebody. And then AIM came out, AOL Instant Messenger. That was pretty cool. Back in the good old days, dude. Back when memes were just jokes. You're the man now, dog. That was one of the things. That was a website that was basically memes. Before they were called memes. Don't let your memes be sunbeams, man. I'm not doing multiplayer until I get my character a little more developed. That way people don't come on here with like their god items and just blast through everything. Kinda makes it boring. I probably have wood in a freaking box. Probably don't even need to be out here. Eventually, when I do start to get some more stuff, I will go multiplayer, man. I just wanna get through it, get into hardcore. When I can start killing hardcore bosses, I'll start going multiplayer. Triple Pain Games, welcome to the sub club, dude. You the best. Hope you have fun in chat. Hope you stick around. All right, later, dude. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Tables and chairs. Tables and chairs. Wow. Alright, dude. Crap. Dude, I gotta grab some wood. I know I got wood somewhere in there. I have a chest here. Wood platforms. Dang, I might not have wood. Don't got wood. Wood. You gotta do bank heist with a space point. Space. And some money. You gotta put up some money for it. Some coins. I just want to chair, guys. Not interested in you unless I speak to your king. What's up, Frost Shove? Welcome to the chat. Yeah. More people joining the bank heist. I don't know. I don't know if it increases the chances of successfully pulling it off. Seems pretty hard to do. Single player, man. Until I get until I get my character a little stronger and get into hardcore, I want to do single player. That way people don't just pop through and destroy everything in one hit and all that. It makes it a lot less fun. Plus, where I haven't played in so long, I want to get used to the game again before I start playing with other people. Alright, man. I think they're good to go. Somebody's already picked it. The arms dealer. That's what we needed. That's what we wanted. Julian, don't lie to these people. Almost nobody ever wins bank heist. What's that arms dealer at? There he is. Look at him, dude. He's freaking badass. He's awesome. Shop. Mini shark. Nice. 35 gold. The mini shark shoots its projectiles through things, right? If you type it in, it'll work. Like, it doesn't give you a message whenever you do it. It just does it. I don't know why it doesn't alert you. I can't control that. If this thing was open source, guys, trust me, we would be hooked up in chat. I would mod the hell out of this program if it was open source. Is that how it works, Julian? Did you like look it up or something? I don't have nearly enough gold for that though. Julian with the stats, man. Isn't there like a redstone kind of thing going on in this game? I just remembered that. Like make farms with stuff or something. Need. That's what I'm saying, dude. OP people come in, they breeze through the flesh wall in like 2 attacks, and next thing you know, I've got upgraded everything in like an hour, which Which, I mean, sounds great and all, but it's just not fun, man. That's what I'm saying. After I get better set up, I'll start doing multiplayer and we'll just destroy everything in every world we go to. Wait, what am I doing? What up, dude? Oh, why aren't you working? Oh, I gotta wait till nighttime, don't I? Oh, everybody got away with some cash, man. A little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's logic behind me not doing multiplayer yet. Like, this is just my second stream of playing on this character, so. Shut the front door. Jesus. I'll wait on nighttime. We'll do this Eye of Cthulhu. I need vicious mushrooms. Do I get those in the crimson biome? So I'm gonna have to make stupid vicious powder. Either that or go to another crimson world, destroy the things. Which this is not a crimson world. Is it nighttime yet? Can I do that yet? It's flip coin, not coin flip. Close. Close, no sky. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. And half the people that'll join you on multiplayer, to be honest, like, they're gonna be hacked characters that just have, like, all the best items that there is in the game. Literally just one-shot everything. Summon a big dragon, shoot sharks at it, hit it with a Terra sword, game over. While they're flying around with their developer wings, like it's fun when you get to that point, but it takes away from the building aspect of the game. Oh man. Oh, I can use a place bottle to make. I can make that. Thought I had to have an alchemy station. Need math not work. 6. I need 6 vicious mushrooms. Oh, hey, guy. I didn't do that. I still have my eyeball. That's random. Come here. Come over here. Why did he come out tonight? Is that just a random thing that happened? I gotta get tissue samples. I'm gonna have the ore. I need tissue samples. Oh, he drops demonite ore, don't he? This is not a crimson. I'm not on the crimson world. Yeah, 3 gold. Getting closer at 35 I need for the mini shark. That's true, man. It's on expenses coins. You'll probably have the most. Wait, where'd my other tab go? Missing a window. Hold on. There it is. My control room. My control room. 38 hours have been spent watching this by you guys today. It's bananas. It's 10 kinds of bananas with some nuts. You know, like salty nuts. You know what I'm saying. Can I sell this crap? I don't want Demonite armor, I want Crimson armor. Boop. Oh man, I'm so close. No, that's not what I wanted at all. Free gold. Can I summon it now? Yeah. That'll give me what I need. Hey. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Ooh. Oh. Maybe I'm gonna die. Did not realize how high up I was. I need to get that fall damage thing, man. I gotta get back up in the Cloud Cities. I fought way too much. I will, man. Just let me work on it. Just hold on. After this fight, I will disable it. I gotta go talk to Nurse Akali real quick. Oh no, she costs money. I ain't spending money. I'll be alright. Why can't I use that? It's not X'd out anymore. Bug. Nice. I can buy the mini shark. Is it really that good of a gun? I don't remember the mini shark. Better be. 35 gold. My life savings right here. What kind of ammo does it use? Crap. What? So you use just arrows? Musket? Can I buy those anywhere? He don't sell ammo, does he? I don't think he sells ammo. Oh, he does. He does. How much? 7 copper. Psh, give me all you got, man. Is there a faster way to do this? Ninja Plays, welcome to the sub club, dude. I don't know why it didn't pop up. Much appreciated. Took you long enough? Oh wait, no, you subbed earlier. I don't know why the thing took so long. Later though, man. Glad you stopped in. Why is there not like a control click? Why can't I just buy it all? Oh, dude, nice. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a bunch of ammo. Yeah, I didn't realize how fast it was. Can I really? I'm at 129? I went from 93 to 129 subs today, guys. Amazing! What's this do? Can I upgrade it? Can I upgrade the mini shark? I never really used, like, I've always been more of a sword guy. Man, there's gotta be a faster way. Dude, I'm gonna hit 150, guys. That's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind. Dude, there's got. If anybody knows a faster way, please tell me. PogChamp. 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 PogChamp, 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 PogChamp. We got this. This is the fastest way. This is intense. Ah! Whew. Almost done. Almost done. Oops. PogChamp. Phew. Alright, man, this should be enough for a little bit. Enough to take out the brain, maybe, do you think? I worked up a thirst. Alright. Does it upgrade to the Mega Shark with those gun parts? Is that what that does? I'm gonna move my equipment up there to the other. That's garbage. Nice. So 15 gold, I can get the Mega Shark. What's I doing here? I don't know what I was doing here. Where's my glass bottles? I know I got glass bottles somewhere. Oh, you can just hold right click? Dude, I was like, yeah. I was doing that the way hard way. I'm an idiot. I was trying to fast finger that stuff. Whatever, dude. I'll just go to a different Crimson World and summon him. So I need those tissue samples, something awful. Should I go ahead and make the helmet? Because that's a pretty good defensive helmet. Yeah. So I'm gonna be using ranged anyway, so it's all good. Dude, that looks cool. Should I get all the ones I can? I'll just get all the musket balls. All the balls. Should put a rope in here. Holy crap. Really? That's it? That's all you gotta do? Nice. Should be good to go on ammo, guys. 1866. Yeah. Was that Otherworld Crimson? It was. Alright, I will go summon it here. Too fast for me. I didn't even get to the Crimson, I just got to the Pyramid and quit out of this one. Shoo. Nice. Yeah, we made a lot of progress today. Mostly thanks to you guys helping me out with hints and stuff, man. Help me figure out where stuff is, get my bearings. It's been a really good day. Not to mention the friggin' subscribers I got today. Mind-boggling. Actually, put my umbrella up, didn't I? No, I didn't. I actually got it. Julian's made a ton of money today in chat. Too much, if you ask me. I just roped this up, man. Got a lot of rope. I think you can build up rope. Dude, why have I never done this before? It's so much easier. By the way, I don't know if you heard, there's moderator pay. I'm not sure, you either get double or triple the coins per minute. I haven't decided which one yet. Hey, chill. Oh wait, I got my Mega Shark now. We're taking a magic carpet ride, guys. Looking for a Sky Temple thing. Yeah, I'll just give you like a weekly paycheck. Just every week I'll give you a reward. Oh no, you can't do a reward as a mod, man. Only I can do a reward. That's how I got that set up. No chance. I ain't letting you reward moderators. I don't trust you guys with the money.
Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
No Sky Temple. Shh. It lies. I'll figure out how to change it. I ain't letting the mods control the money. I get crazy with that stuff. Have me doing all kinds of crazy stuff. One double jump. Yeah, I'd definitely have to trust them. Like, they'd have to take it seriously. They couldn't just go in here and just giving out coins and spamming random crap in chat. It'd definitely have to be somebody I trusted. There has to be a level of maturity, like I was saying the other day.
Says the water's always high. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows.
Oh, there's one.
Take me to a state of mind.
It's crazy. It's like people know when my stream's gonna be over. It just dies. Hey man, I'll see you on Final Fantasy in a little bit.
Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is where we start.
Come on, I rope. Yeah, it's been a really good day, guys. It's been a really good day. I didn't even think I'd hit 100 subs today. I got like almost 130. Really? Another island without a chest. How does this happen to me? I don't care about this. It's wasting time. I'm gonna do one more fight on the brain before I shut down for the day. Where's the crimson? Why is there no crimson over here? It's weird. Yeah, somebody else said that, man. Here. There you go, dude. Welcome to the chat, by the way. Not sure who you are. I believe you're new here. I'm gonna have to go on that website and fix the Discord app. I don't know what's going on with it. Here we go. This is what we're here for. Is that a heart down there? No. I will find you, hearts. I will kill you. Aha. Definitely, that's what's up. What is that down there? Ah! What the heck? Wait, I'm an idiot. I just threw my bombs in there. chill goes down your spine. Annoying Undertaker. Oh, it's 11. Come on. Oh, I'm gonna drown. Dude, that's nice. The campaign just might work. Just die, man. Just die. I don't like you. Just take the hint. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. You're ready to see me die again. Hey, I got a rotten fork. Nice. What's that? Is that just 2? I thought that was 3. Cool. Whatever. Here, don't run out of bombs. I'm gonna be sad. Nice, I got it. Had just enough. I'm probably about to die, guys. Not even gonna lie. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna get any freaking things. I don't even think I got any. I got stuck in a corner. No, I didn't. It was such a waste of time. It was such a waste of time. I'm upset about that. But it's whatever, man. We got a ton of cool stuff today. Dude, shut up. Nobody asked you to come here. This isn't Factorio. Look at my sub count. Laugh at that. I got over 30 subs just today. Crazy. Blew my mind. Way past 100. So excited about that. Glad you stopped in, man. Right at the end of the stream. Yeah. Yeah. I went from 93 to 129 in one day. Hype AF. Yeah. What happened? People got confused. They thought this was PewDiePie's channel or something. I don't know what happened. Alright. It's time for my end of the day raffle, guys. Anybody that's left out there? I'll show you something, man. Like this. 40 hours. That's how much time spent today. We've had 14 several times today. It's crazy. It's mind-blowing. It's coins, man. It's always coins. What else? I gave away Limbo once. That's about it. Other than that, it's coins. Bucks. Alright, man. I'm gonna split how many subs I have right now in 2, and I'm gonna raffle that off twice real quick. 120. I know I have more than 120. YouTube's lost its mind. What do I got? 127. So that's like what, 60? Let's say 63. I'll just do 60 twice. That's whatever. 60. Alright, guys. end of the daytime, dude. You said you can't make it tomorrow. You got work or something. I don't know. See, Mag backed out on me tomorrow. I didn't know you bought the game. I was gonna do Final Fantasy tomorrow, Realm, because I'm probably gonna get Ninja today. Hey, welcome back, Jamie. Stopped in at the end of the day. Top the Enter command if you want to win. I'm gonna do 2 raffles. At this time, the stream is over though. That's the issue. At this time. Like, the stream is over now. It is the end of the day. I'm about to be ninja. Ziggy pose. Alright, it's gonna be one more. I'll do it one more time. We're getting so many subs today, man. I'm gonna send out 60 twice. Dude, Zonic's mixed out today. Zonix could have made mad cash today with his luck. Would have probably won. No, not yet. I have a question though. If I get a dedicated server running, will it pause when nobody's connected, or will it keep running? It's a very important question I wanted to ask you. Because if it's not going to pause, then we need to go a little crazy with turrets on the map. I don't know, Jared isn't here. Ian was here for a while. Zonix wasn't here today. Okay, so it does pause. That's good. I was wondering about that. I was kind of worried about that. Triple Pain Games. Seriously, dude? Wow. You're never even here, man. You just woke up. You just got out of bed. You just won 120 bucks. I'm gonna take a look at this. Julian's catching up on Zonix, man. Zeggy's catching up on Julian, though. That's the end of the stream, dude. You came just at the end. It's just saying my goodbyes, hanging out, finish the raffle. And I'm not doing another one. I'm not doing another raffle. I've raffled off almost 300 today because all the subs. Yeah, sorry, man. Hey, give me a sub, dude. Next time I play Terraria, you can stop by, see if I'm doing multiplayer. Stream other games to you. This would be appreciated. Join the sub club. Everybody wants to be in the sub club. Alright. It's a cool song. I like this song. Sounds nice. And the Julian for mod. Alright, guys. It's been fun. It's been a really good day for the stream. Terraria is probably hitting my weekly games now. It's not Friday, dude. It's Thursday, isn't it? It's Thursday, right? It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah. It's been cool though, guys. Got a lot of progress on the character. Ton of subs today. It's amazing. Probably gonna get a couple copyright violation notices because my stupid Spotify playlist. Not here, man. It's just 6 o'clock. See, we still got people coming, man. It makes me feel bad. It's the end of the stream. No, dude, you gotta come earlier. I don't stream after 6. Like, stream's over when you get here now. You need to talk to your work and tell them you got stuff to do, man. You got some games to play. Big house. Well, 5 hours, whatever. I'm off a little bit. I was late. I know, I can't like move my stream because you have to work in the morning. I can't completely shift the stream because of that. You know the schedule, man. I can't stream later. I got stuff to do. I'm a dad. I got stuff to do. Thankful for the time I get in the middle of the day. But extended 12-hour streams every day. That'd bring in some subs, man. Yeah, I can't stream earlier. I can't get out of bed early. Not during the summer. When school's going on, I usually stream early. But whatever. I don't know. Probably won't. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my schedule once summer's over. Yeah, man. I'll just leave my webcam on and stuff all the time. Yeah. I'll see about setting up that server this evening. I got my email saying that everything was good to go. Alright guys. Said it 3 times now, but I'm legit this time. Let me take this off the screen. We're ponging out, guys. Boop. Bam. Boop. Boop. Bam. Boop. 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 Bam. Boop. Boop. Bam. Boop. Boop. Bam. Boop. Boop. Later, guys. It's been fun.